Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary at your service. And we're back doing some more Gunpla Build Chat. Gonna continue on Guel, Dilanza. We made quite a lot of progress last week. I'm loving this thing so much. Look at that! The Gundams are nice, but the like ace pilot suits for non-Gundam characters just they're awesome to look at. Side profile, right? Yeah, we can stop. Last time we can stop just short of getting the shoulders done, so that's what we're doing right now. We need to finish, well, shoulder and hand for right arm, and then left arm. Then we can go to the lower body. And of course, switch from Mercury's done. What a finale, though. Right. Let's get this arm built, shall we? Or we're finishing off the arms, rather. That's the word I'm looking for. Speed runner. There's behind me. That would be our speed runner, actually. Look at the big chunky legs go. Right. We need the 8 and 10. This is where we start to get to specific left and right stuff. That's number 8. And number 9, which part of the runner came with it? Number 9, number 10. Hey, sleep. Am I armed? I mean, he's currently disarmed. But we're building his arms. Ah. How you doing, sleep? Also need number 18. There's 2 of those. Okay. We've got this shoulder to do. Let's rock and roll. Adjust my microphone position. There we go. Like whenever I start these streams, I put it into my normal position for like gaming, and then forget I'm leaning forward a little bit, so I'm leaning too close to it. We need to kind of adjust the position just a little bit. There we go. I'm probably still closer than I normally am. Get that pad. Ooh, I saw really cool. Buy 2 different snips. Ah, yes. So there's a fun thing. So for getting off the runner, I use a double bladed. That one has 2 blades. And the next snips through on both sides. However, it's really good for getting off the runner, but by snipping in 2 directions at once, it can kind of pinch plastic, which you don't want to do that too close to the actual thing because you might end up with a stress mark. Whereas these ones have a blade on one side and the other side is just blunt, so it's like a stop. So it's only slicing in one direction against this hard surface on the other side. Thus reduces the chance of a stress mark. And you don't want, which if you're on like a white plastic or yellow plastic, you barely notice stress marks because stress marks tend to be white. But on like darker colors, especially like the dark of the torso, you will definitely see a stress mark. So like right here is like, I can, in this part, you can't really see it. There's just a tiny bit left, which I can file away. Whereas I could do it deliberately on, this is a peg, so we're not going to see it anyway, so. I get a better camera. Like on the peg, there's still a little bit more there than normally would be. I can file it anyway. Honestly, you could just cut with these and just file it. When I have stress marks. Don't we all? Don't we all? I mean, humans have stretch marks. I guess that's technically stress related, because you're stressing that part of the skin. But I still file things. Because I'm very pernickety about nub marks. So even though I'm cutting really close to it with this, I still fell a little bit. Gray hair, gray hair is a stress mark, yes. Or no hair. Gray hair or lack of hair. Where is the... Yes, there. That's there. Just trying to see where all the nubs are. I think I put it together without any issues. And I'll go on to there. Cool. All right. A couple of little marks to take care of. Righty then. Put that over a bit. The thing is, popping two bits together is I can like file a one edge at the same time. And get rid of both nubs at once. I basically just work my way through the grits. Can't remember what the actual grit numbers of these are, because they don't say. But all I know is it's 3 different versions getting exponentially finer. One, 2, and 3. Yeah, I mean, that logic applies because as the grit count goes up, the finer it gets. So I could easily just like check the little package it came in, and I know it's not the 3. There is even harsher grits in there, which I don't use. I can just check the ones that are labeled, just take a guess. The thing about pegs is you don't really need to worry about making them that smooth because they're going to be hidden. If there's a stress mark on it, you don't see it. You know, thinking about it, tomorrow will be the first day without a G-Witch episode for a while. It's like, it's weird to think that it's over. Only 24 episodes, but you know what? People are complaining, like, some people anyway. The Witch from Mercury is like, oh, 24 episodes total, 12 per season, that's too short. And it's like, but it fits like the modern anime sort of runtime for a season. It also creates a nice, shorter, focused story that's really good for like introducing someone to a franchise, because I could now easily say, hey, you want to watch Gundam? Okay, watch Witch from Mercury. It's only 24 episodes and it's a really good story. It's super easy to recommend now. Before that, my recommendation would have been Iron-Blooded Orphans, just because it's on Netflix, and so thus it's most easily accessible. Yeah, the last after a show. It was a very satisfying ending. Like, it was just the happy ending you wanted. Which, considering it was written by the same person that wrote Code Geass, you're like, Code Geass had a bittersweet ending. But thankfully it did not. Was the ending perfect? Maybe not. But still very nice. And of course, I just got all the gunpla to get through. So, like, even though the show's over, I'll be a while before I get to, like... I mean, I never watched Game of Thrones, so I have no idea. But anything's better than that, right? From what I heard. All I know is Game of Thrones' reputation is it has a shit ending. Or in fact, the last season that's just garbage. Apparently. Yeah, I was like, I've never heard of watching either, and it's just like, you know what, by reputation alone. Where's the island up? There it is. Yeah. Almost dropped the piece. It's fine. I might actually catch it just in time. And buff it back to shiny. At least for the magenta parts. They're meant to be kind of more shiny. Compared to like the gray parts, which are closer to matte finish. No, maybe not quite matte finish. It's a nice contrast. I suppose with which Mercury also being over, like, I run out of things to talk about. Well, I suppose I could talk about the last episode itself. I mean, the second last episode where we got to finally see the Dilanza again was great. Even if it did get his butt kicked again, it's only because Guel was not trying. He didn't want to hurt his brother. Hydrate? I shall hydrate in a moment. With gamer. That's not a sponsor, but if you ever want to sponsor me. That means that it'd be nice to get the gamer fuel Gundam cups. Because G Fuel, not is it G Fuel? Yeah, G Fuel. They had like Gundam shakers and a flavor, and it sold out immediately. Also, I think it was only available in the US. What's the only thing is, the artwork has seen better days. It's gone at the corner, at the bottom. But that corner at the top went within the first couple of weeks. Apparently, the second wave of cups, there was an issue with their artwork being more sensitive. And I feel like I used to accidentally grip it at that point when opening it, so I've learned not to grip it there. That being said, apart from that one corner, it's actually not bad. But well used, yeah. I need to remember and order some more. I'm running low. But considering you get like 100 drinks out of a tub, unless you want to double up the strength of it. Only one time did I ever do a triple flavor, and I was buzzing to the point where like I don't feel right. Oh no, that was the time I did lots of two. So I took a double dose in the morning and a double dose in the evening. I was like, no, that was too much. It's like 4 is the maximum you should ever have. And I was like, nope, don't feel right. Don't do that again. 1 to 2 scoops, and that's it. Never anymore. There you go. One shoulder. All right, I now need to turn the page. Because that's all that was left from the first page. Was this one little shoulder at the bottom here, which is off screen. Like, no more color. Now we're in black and white. Actually, you know what? I'm also going to do all this stuff. I'm going to fold that over there and fold that back on itself. That way I can have all the parts. I'm going to stay, but I have more stuff to get done. No worries. Oh. No worries, Sleep. Thank you for dropping by. Much appreciated. And you go do what you need to do. Go adult. Headpad. Yay. I need to actually look into that sort of interaction animation stuff because I've never bothered. I know it's just something as simple as like having an animation play where I am. It overlaps. I should look into that stuff. I just never give myself time to do it. I'm either at work, or I'm doing a stream, or editing something, or downloading and then re-uploading for YouTube. Hell, even editing something that's exaggeration. I don't edit as much as I used to. I need to be... Okay, you know, let's get the rest of the parts I need for this arm. Isn't much. B1, B2. And that'll obviously be the shoulder joint itself. Put that there. And number 2, a very odd looking attachment point. You can see that, like, the actual runner, like, has gaps. I guess so you can cut it higher up if you wanted to. That's a weird shape. But the actual gate itself is thin enough. Fine. There we go. And then B18. The hand. It's very basic closed hands or holding hands. I think I just find fun about holding this runner right now. Is how I can see by some of the parts. I think that's the feet, like the toe parts. I think it's the back of the feet there, yeah, with like thruster under it. And there's clearly that's the rifle. Oh, and that's knock off the runner. Part of the runner just collapsed. It's just a piece of runner, it's fine. Oh, I think that came up here. Okay. That must have been there. It just popped off and I was handling it. Hey, Papu, how you doing? I was admiring the parts and the runners and thinking, I can't wait to build these bits. Okay, I need number 6 for the hand. The back of the hand. Doing good. Nice Saturday. Temperature's not too bad. And I've got my Dilanza in front of me, ready to continue building it. Or as I put my Twitter thing, it's time to Guel's Dilanza. Because puns. Can't say no to a pun. And even though I'm only like part built, already becoming a favorite. Because I just love the Dilanza's design. He's a chunky boy. Funny how the first episode of G-Witch, I'm like, you got your butt kicked. And then just like, when it turned up towards the end of the series, I'm just like, the Dilanza is back. That's just the fun thing of how Guel has evolved as a character from like, I wanted to punch you in the first episode to I want to give you a hug, man. Oh, that's nice thick pink boy, yeah. Built them right after the Concert Zaku. Ooh, nice. Concert Zaku, I never got that one. Maybe they'll probably reissue it sometime next year with the Seed movie coming out. I expect next year to have a lot of reissues for Seed. That being said, they already had a bunch of reissues over the past year or so because of the 20th anniversary, but of course, bound to be like the Seed movie called Freedom. I'm expecting we must get another version of the Freedom. Maybe. We've got the Freedom, got the Strike Freedom. What next? I'm thinking around about the time that movie comes out, I might finally attempt to build my perfect Great Strike Freedom. I've had that in my backlog for a few years. All because my sister did not talk me out of it, which she should have. I blame her anyway. When you see one of your Holy Grail kits at a convention, you kinda, and you can kind of afford it, you kinda have to. So one thing I know from like the Witch from Mercury kit, especially is Dilanza's, because obviously I've got Guel's Dilanza, I've got the standard / largest Dilanza in the backlog, which supposed to be the next high grade after this, numerically order anyway. And I'll definitely build that as Lotus Dilanza. And then I definitely want to then pick up another one of that has a standard Dilanza for Felsi. Because, man, Felsi. That second last episode, she became best girl in a single scene. The boys had an epic fight, an epic and emotional fight with each other. And Felsi's like, no. You immature little boys are not dying in a sibling spat. P Bandai Felsi's Dilanza with the extinguisher launcher thingy. This is essentially what it was. It was like a giant fire extinguisher, foam gun. There's some lovely fan art there as Felsi's a firefighter. Adorable. A wee mold line on this bit. Let's get rid of it. What do you think to myself? I wonder how long until I get to like the Calibarn. Because if I'm on kit number 4 of the high grades out of 26, we're going to be here till next year at the rate I build. Of course, I could just do more Gunpla streams rather than just once a week. That would speed up a bit. Cut back on the video games and do more Gunpla. Instead of it being 2 different games and 1 Gunpla stream per week, have it be 2 Gunpla streams and one video game. Maybe. Also, if I streamed full time, I think it'd be half Gunpla, half games. And often it tends to be Gundam or Mecha related games anyway. Like on Monday, we're going to do Phantom Brigade. Because we never finished that strategy game. I've already decided after we build this. My hair. Wait. How's that? Yeah. A wee bit of hair just like sticking past my headset. It was like right in my eye. Like after the Dilanza, build Mary or figurize that breaks apart the building two Dilanzas back to back. Because I'm building all the high grades in the release order. The number 4, number 5 is the standard slash Lotus Dilanza. And then Choo-Choo Demi Trainer after that, and then the Farak, I think. Which is weird. The Farak and Garibaldi are like numbers 7 and 8. I had to look at the boxes. But the order they came out as Gunpla is the opposite order of the episodes they were seen in. Choo-Choo, all the Demi Barding? Or is it the Demi Trainer? Trainer? Ah, her Demi Tray. Nice. You know when the school got attacked and the Earth House hangar got hit? They shed a tear. It's like all these random kids that are in the school are getting crushed. It's like no. The Demi Tray got crushed by its own hangar. That was more sad. But then the Demi Barding's freaking badass. But looking forward to the Demi Trainer. There's like collecting all the Gunpla from which Mercury and just like looking forward to like, I'll get to you in a few months. It's like so far I have up to the Friffer in the backlog, which I'm surprised at because I'm surprised Gundam Mad got that last month. I was expecting it to come sometime this month along with the Thorn and the aerial rebuild. I guess they'll get those very soon as well. Not bad that Gundam Mad gets things about 2 to 3 months after the release in Japan, which is I guess how much similar time as you'd wait, I guess, if you got a big shipment sent by the cheapest option from like Hobby Link Japan. Thereabouts. Tell that seam line here I don't like. Not seam line, mold line. This is why I'm a slow builder. I see like a tiny mold line like on this. Actually, not that bad actually. And like stassing over it. Thinking about all the high grades we have, well, announced and released, there's only a couple of mobile suits from the show that didn't get hits. First one being actually the mass-produced suits that Dominicus had in the prologue. They don't have kits, but they are just offshoots of them. Hindry, I think, or like a predecessor to it. So they could easily like retrofit that one. Oh, Nightbot being aggressive. Hey, Rain Wing, I guess you did. Oh, my camera's died. Or Rain Wing, just type your message again, just don't use all caps. I don't even know what the message was because I deleted it. Oh yeah, I can click to show. So I can see what it was. That was such a nice message, it just auto mod. Didn't like the all caps. Oh, Rain Wing, welcome on in and hope. Sorry, the Nightbot decided to be aggressive to you with the all caps. I don't even remember what I've got it set to. For like, how many capital letters is too much? Maybe even be the default, can't remember. Damn auto mod. It's good up to a point. We're having a fine day building Gunpla. Yeah, I don't like that. Oh, mold line. Still there. I'm obsessing over this mold line. I've got the mold line out the way now. My OCD can be satisfied. As long as it gets to the barely visible, then I'm satisfied. But if like the banding dust is highlighting it, it's like looking better. Okay. That with a little sponge. Make sure it's not too shiny because the mechanical parts aren't that shiny. Like I'll polish magenta parts because their plastic is slightly shinier anyway, ever so slightly, compared to the gray parts, which are more, well, not matte. Kit is so small. I mean, it's 1/44. And a standard Gunpla size. Welcome on in, Weavingstone. I don't think it's that small. Palm of your hand. Yeah, the Dilanza, that's the torso. That's the shoulder shield. Like if it grabs this auto runner. That's how thick the legs are going to be. They're going to be thick. It's gonna have some really thick legs. It's gonna be great. Compared to a Gundam, which is nice and like slim. Like this is the Dilanza is kind of like the Zaku slash Dom in terms of its appearance. It's thicker like the Dom, but it has kind of more like Zaku mass production type. Thick and very short. I mean, I think it's still 18 meters tall, roughly. It all depends. Like some universes have, like the wing kit. I think the wing kits are even smaller. Because on average, their height's lower. But one of the things that did shock me is when I built my real grade new Gundam. I was realizing how much bigger it is compared to the RX-78. Like you hear 18 meter Gundam, and then the new Gundam's 22, 23 at head height. Which, in terms of a giant robot, doesn't sound that much. But when you scale it down, that's several centimeters difference. It's crazy. So I saw on Twitter earlier today, someone had a like size comparison between the Dilanza, the Garibaldi, and the Gundam Schwarzette, which are all Turk Heavy Industry stuff. The Schwarzette looks very petite compared to the other suits of this manufacturer. Smallest we've gone is oh, the 1/200 scale Yokohama little dude. Ooh, wow. I'm toying with the 200 scale stuff. Though I do want to get like either like the white base or the Argama, like the 1/1200 scale, I think, model kits, because obviously they come with little tiny, like super miniature, like Gundams and stuff, which is like molded in one color. My regular stream, not a thing. I tend to do it like on the weekends. It'll be usually either Saturday or Sunday. Sometimes it's weekdays if I'm unfortunate to be working the whole weekend. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, take us to 270 followers. My God. Slowly approaching the 300. Camera. I feel like it's really weird. Like, I don't know what it is with this webcam, or if it's the Logitech capture software that it uses. It just likes to like die for a few seconds here and there. Really weird. Where was that nub? Where it was? Oh, there we go. When your cut is so clean, you cannot see it. Yes, usually Gunpla once a week, and then something gameplay-wise that's either mecha or sci-fi related. In which case, later this week, Monday, finally going back to Phantom Brigade to finish that, maybe. And then Thursday, Armor Core 5? No, 5. Burning Day. And I used to play Gundam Evolution a lot. But I feel like now I've played it enough that I've kind of worn out my enjoyment a bit. And it feels like whenever I was playing it, the last couple of weeks of the last season, like finishing off my season pass, just felt it was feeling like a chore more than like me wanting to play it, which sucks because I really enjoyed it when it first came out. So I am maybe enjoying playing Battle Operations 2 more because to me it's fresh because I never played it on the PlayStation. And I do need to go back and do the DLC for SD Gundam Battle Alliance as well. At some point. So many things to do, still a little time to do it. Right, I think, yeah. Once again, I'm going to obsess over mold line on top of this bit. Because triggered. Not that bad, but it's irritating me just enough. I probably will play Gundam Evolution again at some point. Just, I don't know, like the new season is cool as the what are they called again? Mr. Bushido's suit. I've already forgot the name of it. The one that just got added. Savano. It's cool, but I also suck with melee units, so I'm not that bothered. Honestly surprised that they added in another 00 so soon after Dynamis. I was expecting a different timeline. This kit is a bit inverted compared to the other kits. Like usually the body is smaller than the legs, much bigger. This kit's the opposite. Yeah, like the body's really smaller and the legs are like super bulky. But I suppose like with Gundams, like the legs are super long. The things I noticed with my real grade new Gundam is it's 70% legs. Weeping, have you built this kit before? Nope. We're just gonna go and via pictures or reviews. I quite like the Iron Newbie. Ah, fair enough. All gonna start somewhere. Like my first kit was, wait, like 2014, I think was my first kit, maybe. Can't remember then. I don't quite remember. At least first Gunpla kit, that is. I built like the odd model kit as a kid. Badly, mind you. Yes, welcome to the hobby indeed. Become one of us. At the end of the day, what kit you build does not matter. What matters is that you like it. So it's nice that they've got entry grades, which are really super easy to build. Not that I built one yet, but here's a very basic, well, not basic, very user-friendly. But then sort of high grades like this. Like a high grade, doesn't matter what high grade it is, they're all very forgiving. Which is nice. I feel like real grades, however, are less forgiving. Because they're the same size as this, scale-wise, but they have the part count of a master grade. I suppose like literally a real grade is a Master Grid's been shrunk down, and thus makes it more of a pain to build, because the parts are smaller. Much cheaper than my main hobby, which is Lego collecting. Oh yeah, Gunpla is definitely cheaper than Lego. Why Lego is so expensive? Who knows. I haven't really touched Lego since, I don't know. A long time. I still love Lego so much. I feel like Lego is the starting point for everyone. Because everyone starts with building Lego and then they either just move on to the more complicated Lego or like full-blown model kits. I suppose Lego has more freedom in some ways. Right. Now, this pot. $60. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, you could get 2 high grades. Maybe 3, depending on which ones, for that price. Or hell, you could pick up a high grade, a good pair of nippers, and still have change. Yeah, like, the Dilanza, boy, I think this was like £16, £18, so it's like, probably like $20. Yeah, it says we earned. And put that slot onto there. There we go. Now the hand. Whereas this hobby can just as easily escalate the price. Especially when you start getting about master grades or even perfect grades. Or anything just from P Bandai. Of course, the somewhat accessible prices for Gunpla for high grades, it's like, oh, it's not expensive until you buy 30 of them, and then you're like, actually, you know what? That was kind of expensive. It's so easy to go, oh, they're not individually not that expensive. Trying to complete a collection, yeah. It's pricey. At least you're spreading it out over a long period of time. In theory. Like, filing nubs on a hand is always one of the more fiddly ones, because like you don't want to damage any of the detail. We're derping it again. Need to unplug it and plug it back in. As if building them takes some time, that is true. Until you build in your wallet, has a bit of time to rest. I disagree with that part. I disagree with that one. It's like, just because I'm not building them doesn't mean I'm not buying them. In the Gunpla world, there is a saying I like to have. Building your Gunpla and collecting Gunpla are different hobbies. There's the age-old model kit thing of a backlog or a shame pile. You'll interchange those titles. And it's the model kits you've bought but had not yet built. Mine's totally not reaching the ceiling. Totally. To be fair, it's on top of a shelf, so only halfway up, technically. Technically. I'm still buying 1 kit per month. I should build like buy 1 kit per month and actually build it across a full month. And yeah. There's a classic thing of just like, ooh, shiny. Add to pile. And then remember like 6 months later, like, oh yeah, I haven't built that yet. Or in the case of at least 1 kit in my collection that I bought in 2018 and I still haven't built it. I think it's been there the longest. By far. All because I'm afraid to build a perfect grade. That and the space involved. Like this little space here for high grades and real grades is fine. Master grade, I need to build a master grade on stream still. That'll probably take up more of my space. No worries, Puppo. Thanks for dropping by. And enjoy building the Demi Trainer later. Piling hands is being in existence. Very new to the hobby. I have 1 Gunpla, RX-78. Nice. Classic. Ooh, and a Goof Custom. Nice. I don't have the Goof. I got the standard Goof high grade, but Goof Custom does look amazing. There's something like having built multiple Gundams. They're always nice to look at, but there's something about building like the Goof or the Dilanza or something about those anime designs, like the more something about them, like the Goof. I look at my Goof on my shelf. I built that a couple of years ago, and it's still just the silhouette and everything is fantastic. I still love all my Gundams, but something about these type of units are just, they stand out on the shelf. And I love them. There's always a thing whenever I build a new kit, it gets to sit on my desk for a while until I finish building the next kit, and then that gets to sit on the desk and another one goes to the shelf. I just love to stare at what I've built for ages. Basically, every time I finish a kit, it becomes my favorite for a while. Oh, that's what I do. I'm gonna need the camera. Pull the camera out. Oh, shit, where's that USB port? There it is. Are we good? I think we're good. Oh, is it a Goof Custom high grade or a master grade? What do I think about it? HG is always a good call. Good chat. I think I've only built 2 master grades. RX-78 3.0 and my Unicorn Gundam. Everything else is mostly high grades with the occasional real grade. Which I think only built 3 real grades? Yeah. Hail Strike, RX-78, and New Gundam, yeah. Whereas high grades, your high grade is your bread and butter. Model kit building or Gunpla. Whereas master grades kind of a, oh, you like master grades? That's nice because unfortunately don't make them anymore. The weird thing in like recent years, the amount of master grades that people making have dwindled. So, like the number of default new releases has dropped dramatically. Like there hasn't, this year has not seen a single new master grade that isn't an offshoot of a line. So like, I'm not counting the Vercad Zeta, I'm not counting the SD, master grade SD, Freedom, or even the Eclipse Unit 2 because that's a P-Bandai one. I guess that's the only one that's an actual standard master grade, but it's P-Bandai. Speaking of P-Bandai, I actually have some P-Bandai high grades on the way from Kukuro's Dewan's Island movie, which I have been meaning to watch though. Pre-ordered them a long time ago. How many Zakus do I have? Currently 2 on my shelf. Char's Zaku 2 from the Origin, and then Char's Zaku 1S from the Origin as well. I have the standard Zaku one as well to build, but I haven't built that yet. And then the Goof as well, which is not a Zaku boy, but it's close enough. No Zaku. It's an iconic line. There's no Zaku boy, no Zaku. I need more like Xeon or Zaft or more villain suits. Or not even villain, antagonist. Because I don't really consider Rambo Ral to be a villain. He's just an antagonist. He's just a soldier. He's following orders. At least in the Origin, there's one order he refused. He's like, I'm not going to commit genocide. F you, little Zabi. Instant demotion. Like Rambo Rao. A terror on the battlefield, but he draws the line at war crimes. So, a man of honor. You know, he's fighting for a-holes for commanding him. I still need to get like a master grade Zaku. I was always hoping to make a master grade of the Origin Zaku because I just love the surface detail of it. I want a larger one. Thinking of things I want a larger kit of, even though I'm not finished building this, I do want like a full mechanics of this. Because we got the full mechanics aerial, which looks great. I need to get that. But the Dilanza and the full mechanics? Yes, please. Yeah, the Origin really highlights how both Federation and Xeon are bad. Yep. I mean, the original Gundam, that's part of the whole story, really, isn't it? Like, there's good guys and bad guys on both sides. Like, even when you watch the original Gundam, it's like, at the start of the show, oh yeah, Xeon bad, Federation good. And as the show goes on, you're like, wait, are we the baddies? Or even with the Origin, like, when Xeon started its War of Independence, it was morally in the right. Up until Operation British. Then they were morally way in the back. You don't just you don't gas a colony and drop it from orbit and then claim you're the good guy. You're now definitely the bad guys. Hell, they aren't the Antarctic Treaty. That was nice. You got to see that in Origin. Was the Antarctica Treaty? It's like, yeah, okay. Xeon promised not to drop any more colonies as long as the Federation promises not to use its nukes. So basically, they just agreed to a longer, bloodier war without super weapons, at least up until the end of it. And the colony laser. And of course, Stardust Memory gives us a setup for the Titans. Hell, even the AUG and Zeta is like... The Titans have clearly become the bad guys, overstepping their authority, trying to hunt down Xeon remnants. But then the AUG is built up between Federation defectors and Xeon remnants. How many shows you watched? Ooh, a lot of them. I think the only shows I've not watched that I know offhand is like Age, After War X, Gundam X, F91 movie. I don't watch that either. Did have to watch G Gundam as well. And the last Reconquista and G movie, I need to watch that as well. But I think I've watched everything else. I think. Oh, I think to watch Awakening of Trailblazer as well. But I was thinking I might go do a rewatch of 00 first. I've watched a fair bit over the past. When did I watch my first Gundam? 2007, 2008. When I first watched Seed. Me. That and Dynasty Warriors Gundam as well. I was playing that around at the same time. I'm very much. I get into a franchise. I need to consume all of it. Unfortunately, there are some people in the Gundam community who are like, they're like, "Oh, you haven't watched this show? You're a big fan." It's like, flat. No. You can watch as much or as little of Gundam as you want, so long as you watch something or even play the game, or just, it doesn't matter how you got into Gundam. Your Gundam story is your story. Hell, if it wasn't for Dynasty Warriors Gundam, I probably wouldn't have gone back and like watched the Universal Century stuff. Oh, actually, that was slightly. I played that, obviously gave me the gist of the story, and then I watched Unicorn, and then went back and watched the OG Gundams. But Seed was always my first. Because that was on TV in the UK. In like 2007, 2008. Oh yeah, there's so much. There's so many flavors. Including the new Witch from Mercury as well. It's like, it's shorter, but it gets to it covers its very focused story very well. And it's like, again, a different flavor of the school setting stuff, which makes it a really easy recommendation for like new fans. Like, hey, this show's only 24 episodes, go watch it. Whereas saying to someone, hey, go watch Universal Century, it is a bajillion episodes long because of, and crosses over like half a gajillion shows. The Universal Century is complicated. You've got your main ones: Gundam, Zeta, Double Zeta, Charge Counterattack, and Unicorn. That's your main UC. Oh, and then I suppose Hathaway as well. But that's in progress. Oh, and the narrative movie. Okay, let's just end it with Gundam. Unicorn, except. But yeah, that's like your main, and then everything else is like spin-off. All your like your 8th MS team, Arda's memory, stuff like that. There's tons of stuff there, and it's just like, even though I know I've not consumed all of everything. This goes. Keep going. Oh, this way around. Right. Hang on. Yes. Okay. The Witch from Mercury is its own timeline. It's completely separate. The Witch from Mercury is literally just, it's the Adstella timeline. It has its prologue, and then there's a massive time skip until the main series, and then that's it. Witch from Mercury just exists by itself. Same for like Gundam Wing, that's its own timeline. Gundam Seed, Cosmic Era, that's its own thing. G Gundam's its own timeline. Most shows are their own timeline, completely unrelated to anything else. It's only Universal Century where it gets complicated. Of course, I could throw you a massive curveball and like, yeah, so there is the whole thing that Reconquista in G is a post-Universal Century show, and possibly there is the whole thing about Turn A might be post-UC as well, and it's kind of complicated there. But everything else, Witch from Mercury is its own show, completely detached from everything else. No other show is required to watch. Goes the arm. On goes the hand. And a bit of dust stuck in the vent bothering me. And then I can pop this onto here, and voila. One arm. Complete. Yeah, exactly. So anything that's not Universal Century, Amuro, and everything like that has nothing to do with it at all. There are like games like SD Gundam Battle Alliance or Super Robot Wars or Dynasty Wars Gundam, which cross over the timelines. Again, separate. Well, I always say timeline, but they're officially referred to as alternate universes. They're like completely different, completely detached. But basically, you got Universal Century, which is your main one with Gundam, Zeta, Double Zeta, Charge Counterattack, that sort of stuff. Then G Gundam was the first alternate universe, I believe, which is the Future Century. And then Gundam Wing again was a different timeline, but that's after Colony. And then Seed's Cosmic Era, it's its own thing again. Double O is at the Amlo Domini, which is basically our current timeline because it's using the same date format as the real world of just AD. That's just straight up 300 years in the future from now. I guess no alternate history there. And of course, Witch from Mercury is, oh no, Time Plus the Orphans is ED post-disaster, I think. And Witch from Mercury is the AS Adstella. But yeah, it's completely detached. No history related to anything else. Which is nice for new Gundam fans to say, hey, you don't need to know anything. You just go right in. Yep, you could watch G Gundam, you could watch Wing, you could watch Double O, you can watch Seed, you can watch Witch from Mercury. As long as you start from the first episode of that show, it's completely detached. There's no relation. It's only Universal Century. I'm sure on the Wikipedia for Gundam, there's probably like a list of shows that are in Universal Century with the chronological orders. But anything that's not on the list, boom, completely unrelated. There's like Amuro's Gundam, then there's Zeta, Double Zeta, or Counterattack, so on and so forth. I think there's as many alternate universes. Yeah, exactly. It's different universes, similar concepts. Like Gundam has a lot of archetypes and character types and tropes that carry over. Like there's always going to be someone in a red mobile suit of some point, usually the rival. There's always going to be someone with a mask who's going to be conniving and plotting something. And it's like there's a lot of tropes that carry over and like have similar things. Like Gundam Seed, for example, straight up, the main story is very similar to the original Gundam, but it's just like a different setting. It has a very similar like Earth versus space, and it's just very similar, but it's different. It's a different take on it. But I suppose G Gundam is unique in its own way because I haven't actually watched it yet myself, but I know it by reputation. It is its own thing where like Gundams are built by countries around the world and they settle their conflicts via Gundam battles in a controlled environment. Piece of the runner pinged off here. Where'd it go? Oh, I'll stand up, it'll probably pull off me in a second. The other hand. Actually, one of the things I kind of love about Gundam is like when you watch a different universe and you're like, oh, that's kind of like this. Like anyone that fills the role of like the person in the mask or the rival, they're often referred to as a Char clone because of like they share a similarity to Char in the story in terms of like the type of character they're playing. Like Char is that beloved character that he's created his own archetype of characters. Yeah, there's even Char clones in non-Gundam shows. You can set the presidents. Presidents? Is that right? Words. One of the barking something. Well, pardon me. 18. All the parts I need for this shoulder and the hand as well. No idea where that bit runner went. Oh well. Just trash anyway. Fine. Right. Inner joint. Yeah, well, we've been going for nearly an hour and a half, and I've only just finished off the arm. What the hell? I've been fussing over the nubs and mode lines a bit too much today. I'm just kind of thinking like the whole shark clone thing is like at the start of the show, Guel's considered a bit of a shark clone, in that, you know, he's the rival in the red suit, or magenta in this case. Char's like a fave character for almost everyone. No one would say Amuro is my fave. I mean, I think Char's just that well written a character. Like, Amuro is great, but maybe because Char's so complicated a character. You know, he's gone from, depending on how much UC you've watched, he's gone from rival to ally to villain. Char's counterattack, hence the name of this movie. He's the straight up villain in that one. Whereas Amuro's great, but people might say Amuro is maybe their favorite Gundam pilot. And compared to a lot of like modern protagonists, Amuro doesn't really care if he's killing you. Like, you got in his way, you're dead. Same for Camille. But actually, I really like how Amuro evolves the character as well, because going from that young boy who was just like, oh hell man, I'm in the middle of war, to like being a mentor figure in Zeta, to then being once again a hero in Shark Counterattack. Like, the Char and Amuro's rivalry is something that transcends time. Like, I think their reunion in Zeta Gundam, when they run into each other, it's one of those awesome moments, because it's like, these are people that 7 years prior were trying to kill each other, and now they just kind of have respect for one another. Like, they both matured. It's really great to see that kind of character interactions. Arjun maybe loves Char. I don't like Char so much. His Arjun is my... Yeah, Char, the Arjun, because... It's weird. You know what's kind of funny is the Arjun anime we've seen is only like one book of the manga, which is the Char and Sayla book, which is basically just like a flashback to their backstory. And what a backstory is, because like, you see how complicated the character is, you know In like the original show, you know, at least later in the show, that he holds a grudge. Actually, maybe not that later, against the Zabi family. It's like, oh yeah. You know, Sayla's actually his sister. It's like seeing that backstory told really added depth to, like, he didn't set out to be a villain. He was just angry. Like, the events of his childhood just made him full of anger. And I think he just needed to lash out and get revenge. But in the midst of him lashing out to try and get back at the Zabi family, he was just lashing out at everyone along the way. Because I love that part, like, on the Texas colony where he was ready to smack that guy with that bit of wood with the nails in it until Sayla kind of intervened. Like, he was just filled with anger. I think Lala is the one, though, that really kind of calmed him. He needed Lala in his life. Because outside of Sayla, Lala is probably the only one that could calm Char down. Otherwise, he'd happily just kill you. But I love his, like, when you see him again in Zeta Gundam, it's like you realize that 7-year gap, he's matured. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, seeing the anger he has and how much his sister means to him. I think it's part of the reason why he then left. Because it's like, I need to at least let Sayla live her life while I go seek revenge for her family. I need to kind of maybe read Charge Delete Affair, which was his time access between Gundam and Zeta. Hey, no worries. Thanks for dropping by. I enjoy building because Gunpla is just fun. mode light? I think so. Go. Go, 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 go. No doubt, no doubt. I want to go and rewatch the Origin again because it's very good. I've been kind of hoping that they would do a full adaptation of the manga, because I think a lot of people would appreciate the original Gundam story told with modern animation. Obviously, the Origin does tweak things in the story as well. It'd be good to see, though. I suppose Kokuro's Dewan's Island is kind of like a little snapshot of that. By retelling that one deleted episode. Only when I watched Gundam for the first time, and when it gets to the Dewan's Island episode, it's like, oh, that's the one episode it's not in the dub. Interesting. It was weird. It's like watching everything in the dub and then suddenly switches to Japanese for one episode. Again, nowadays I guess I just watch in Japanese most of the time anyway. And because I don't want to wait. If I'm watching a new show, I don't want to wait a couple of months for the dub. I'm watching now. Still, that's better than the old days where you had to wait several years for the dub. I suppose lack of internet back then, you didn't know about the show until it came out. That'll do it for that part. And being very pernickety with it today, like. Nice shiny ball joint. It feels really dark in here. I guess because like the ring light's so bright, the rest of the room feels really dark. Maybe. My eyes are probably adjusted to the light source in front of me, so like when I look around to the rest of the room, it's like, why is it so dark? My eyes are not adjusted. Where's that other nap? I can't see it. Oh, there it is. thinking about how, like, which Mercury is now finished. I'm wondering if... Actually, no, the Benedict's Heart manga, obviously set between prologue and the main series. I need to try and find a way to read that. I think it's being serialized in a magazine or something, and then the actual release of the volumes is like takes place after that. I guess hopefully it will have a Western release as well. That'd be nice to pick up and read. What like little bits I've seen popping up on Twitter, seems like the main character is a bit of a goofball. I mean, like goofballs. Probably be one of those things. It's gonna be a bit more light-hearted, but then Witcher Mercury in general is quite more light-hearted compared to other shows in the franchise, but that's not a bad thing. Sometimes you want a lighter story that covers similar tropes. The one thing I do love is like Gundam Build Fighters. I was not sure what to expect from that show, and wow, that was the first time I watched that was just, it's such a feel-good show. It's just celebrating Gunpla and the franchise as Gundam. Really. Which is fantastic. Let's go. I skipped ahead there. I went to this part first, but I went straight to this part. I thought I'll do the joint first. Right. These parts, which are meant to be doing first. I could probably glue together if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. No, it's not currently. Here we go. Buff back magenta parts nice and shiny. What's the only thing is like the color of the Dilanza is such a nice color. Dark magenta. I always love that like the main rival tends to be in a reddish. Even Char's think that a red is kind of red and pink because the light red of the body looks so, it's a very light red. It's a lightish red. Guess what? There's already a color for that. Color that pink. RBB reference. Apparently Red versus Blue is going to have one final season. Which honestly, after probably what, 2 decades of that, I guess I have to finally, well, as they like, they've probably running out of ideas of 2 decades. Pretty sure I haven't watched the previous season. You go do that. There was like Volume 9 of Ruby. You need to go watch that actually. I have not been correct. I'm guessing some spoilers though. Relatively minor ones though, I think. Hey, Delta Plus Ultra. How you doing? Welcome on in. Is the bell going? Going good. Trying to finish off the... I was going to say right arm. From my point of view, it looks right, but technically left. Loving this kit. Love the Dilanza's design in general. It's a nice chunky boy. Reminds me, I've never built a Dom. I need to get a Dom at some point. Oh, he's starting to build the same kit. Nice. It's a good kit. Yeah, chunky. I think like the chunky kits are always nice to build because like the Gundams are always nice and sleek and highly advanced, but then you've got like a customized mass production unit that's just junk and it's just satisfying. So I'm also looking forward to building the standard Dilanza, as in one is Lada's, and then I get a second one just for standard. Now I've got one of the standard ones in my backlog. I don't have the Sol currently. I just feel that will probably be available in the UK. Actually, maybe this month it might come out. I have everything up to the Lefrith which means the Thorn and the aerial rebuild should be coming out in the next couple of weeks here. Enjoy the UK, we have to wait a while. Unless, of course, we order from like Hobby like Japan and get it quicker. Yes, I was having it. I'm definitely going to have this one, and I'm going to build the standard Dilanza as Lada's version, and then probably buy another one just for the standard version at some point. And then have the Dilanza Sol, and it will be the Jaturk family. Nice and happy, nothing horrible happens to them ever. Even just displaying Guels and Lada's Dilanza. It'd be nice for like Super Dilanza Bros. Does a watch for Mercury. Okay, I will not say any spoiler. I've watched it all. It is definitely worth the watch. And now that the series is complete, there's only 24 episodes. It's one of the shorter ones. Last weekend was the finale. And I'm pretty sure the dub's just a couple episodes behind. If you're waiting for the dub as well, then only a few episodes, only a few weeks to go for that. we finished as well. It's been fun over the last few months. Like everyone's speculating, like trying to figure things out. It's like it's been fun to observe. I like a good mystery in the story. That is pretty good. I guess because I'm so in on like my Twitter algorithm will not allow me to avoid spoilers. So basically every Sunday especially if I was working on the Sunday, I just basically do not look at Twitter the entire day till I get home. Because there's some people on Twitter that will post major spoilers immediately after the episode drops. And the Twitter algorithm is just like, hey, you like this show, right? Oh, sorry. Whenever I watch the episode, I would just give a kind of one sentence-ish reaction that doesn't say what happened, just more of a, okay. And I would usually, on the stream here, depending on what day I was doing it, if it was a Sunday I was streaming Gunpla, we would not talk about that current day's episode. We might talk about the previous week's episode. Like, we did touch on a tiny bit of last week's episode, but we didn't really go into details. I feel like in general, whenever we're just talking about it here, we tend to just kind of talk about it in general. I think today we're talking more about the origin. Algorithm shows me safe for work fan art, so I see no context art about events. That's fair. Some of the not so safe for work fan art comes up sometimes. And you're like, oh man. Yeah, honestly, having no context art probably good, because there's plenty of shows that I know major spoilers for, but I've never watched it, so I don't care. So when I do eventually watch those shows, I'll be like, oh, so that's how that happened. Whereas when it's a show you're actively watching, a spoiler can ruin your day. But seeing it out of context, that's pretty good. Highly worth watching. Great characters, a pretty focused story. And it's only 24 episodes. Some people dislike the fact it's short, but it gets the job done really well, despite its length. It's like very focused. There's no like grand epic conflict, which they draw out over 50 episodes. More, yeah, we got to the point. With little sidetrack. Yeah, some people were like complaining about it because obviously Gundam's normally like 50 episodes. But I think that's part of why it is 24, is because it's designed to kind of be more accessible to a newer audience. Yeah, that's the same. I'm the same when it comes to shows like One Piece or Bleach. Even though I watched like the first season of Bleach, I look at like Naruto as well, like something that's like hundreds of episodes. I'm like, no, I'll pass. Just like, if your show has several hundred episodes and isn't even finished yet, I'm not going to watch it. Whereas like 50 episode Gundam show, I mean, I suppose I watched Gundam Seed back in like 2008 on TV. But for whatever reason, Anime Central in the UK showed 2 episodes a night. So it took only like a month to watch the whole show. It was great. And of course, like since then, of course, I've played things like Dynasty Wars Gundam, got a taste of the other timelines and stuff, and then gone back and watched most of the shows over several years. But it's nice, like everyone will have their entry point and like their favorites. The movie versions. Honestly, the movie versions are supposed to be pretty good. Like I've watched the original Gundam as its TV, same as Zeta. I've not watched the compilation films. I'm very iffy about compilation films because I've watched 0083's compilation movie, and it is not good. That first arc is just completely recapped in like one character recapping stuff, and it's like you've missed a whole chunk of the story. Where as I understand it, both the original Gundam and Zeta's compilation films streamline things, add in new animations. Sure, they make cut out some of the sub stories, but oh, good question. I don't know how long 083 was. I'd have to look it up, because Stardust Memory is the series, but Afterglow Xeon is the movie. When I watched it was just on. Oh, it's only 13 episodes. Wow, really? How did you condense 13 episodes into a movie and still make it feel rushed? Like that first part on Earth, you seem to just kind of cut it out. Okay. How did you do that, Bandai? Or Sunrise? Because the first part on Earth probably took a couple of episodes. It's probably like 2 or 3 episodes or something. But they condense it to like a 5-minute like recap. It's just like, I thought, because I'd never watched 083's series and only watched the movie, I thought I'd missed something. I thought maybe it was an OVA series of movies and not like Unicorn. And I thought they were just recapping what happened in the previous movie. 0083 was on Gundam Info a while back when I watched it. The Gundam Info YouTube page is good because they cycle through the different shows and put them on there for free every so often, which is nice. Yeah, it might be in Crunchyroll though. I don't know. Like after Gundam Info cycling through its own shows, I'd say Crunchyroll then has the second most, and then probably Netflix after that. But Netflix only has like IBO, Unicorn, and then the compilation films of Gundam, the original one, and Charge Counterattack. Whereas like Crunchyroll has the TV version of Gundam, which is funny. Like they have the different versions. And then of course Crunchyroll also has Zeta. Did I get Zeta? Did it double Zeta? I think it got double Zeta as well. They have like TV versions of most of the UC shows, but not the movie versions. I was kind of expecting like Netflix to then perhaps get the Zeta films, but no. I straight up think that Crunchyroll and Netflix are pretty much vying. They're probably trying to outbid each other for like the Gundam shows, because like Hathaway's Flash movie went on to Netflix, but the Kukuru's Dewan's Island movie got an extremely limited release in cinemas. Straight up, as in they got just one screen in the UK. My local cinema had it once. and I missed it. Then if Anime Festival had it again, and I also missed that because, again, it was just one screening. It is on Crunchyroll now, though. I think actually sit down and watch it. Been too engrossed in, like, not wanting to watch more than one Gundam show at the same time. I was like, I'll focus on watching Mercury, and then... Hey, I guess tomorrow won't be Soletta Sunday, so tomorrow night I might just watch Crystal One's Island instead. See the latest entry in the Universal Century, a retelling of a manga, which was a retelling of a deleted episode. Also, it's the origin art style, so there's a win straight away. I still would love to see a full origin series, just retelling the original Gundam. I think a lot of fans would appreciate the newer animation. Because as good as the story is of the original Gundam, the animation in some episodes is really janky. So things I find like, it's interesting though, comparing the original Gundam TV show versus the compilation films and how much things change. Because, like, the gun tank eventually gets replaced by a second gun cannon in the movie, whereas in the original show, the gun tank's there throughout the entire thing, including when they go back into space. So you have the Battle of Boako, and you have Hayato trying to fight in space in a gun tank. No wonder he nearly died. It looked ridiculous. So that's a change for the movie version that made sense. So I think I remember trying to watch the movie version of Gundam like years ago before I actually sat down and watched the series, and I guess maybe at the time I tried to watch it, I just found it a little confusing. It was just the pacing was a bit too fast for me. So I tend to maybe dislike compilation films because my brain doesn't like the pacing. Well, I also know that the Zeta Gundam compilation films changed the ending. The ending's different from the TV show. Because the show helps set up Double Zeta, whereas the movie kind of retcons it a bit. Yeah, it's just like the last scene. Like after he smashes Shirako with Zeta. Yeah, the movie has a more upbeat note, whereas Shirako's new type power as he dies kind of tries to take Camille with them, and thus Camille kind of becomes slightly vegetative. So at the start of Double Zeta, he's in a kind of vegetative state, and thus can't be the main character anymore. He recovers eventually, But obviously, Judo takes the position of main character for that show. So you could kind of say even Universal Century has alternate timelines itself. I'll make that maybe Camille. I think that maybe that actually means there's an alternate timeline where Camille and Judo fought together. Maybe. Possibly. Wailing hands is always a pain because you want to get rid of the nub mark, but you don't want to damage the detail on the fingers. I think this is going to get. But yeah, the movie has been a more upbeat note. With Camille and Fa having a happy ending together. The other thing is when I first watched Zeta Gundam and then Double Zeta, I watched them back to back. Oh, sorry. So going from the rather somber ending of Zeta to the almost slapstick comedy of the first arc of Double Zeta was like whiplash with the tone difference. Not that Double Zeta is a bad show, it's just that first arc. Just that first, the rest of the show is fine. It's just that first arc at Shangri-La. Like, it just feels off. If you just watch Zeta Gundam and come into that, it's like, wow, that's a hell of a 180 on tone shift. Which I suppose makes sense for the start of a new show. But it's picking up literally potentially hours or days, if not even hours after the ending of Zeta. Like, yeah, the Arkham is limping to safety after the Battle of Grips. Camille's brain is scrambled. Most of your pilots are dead. Or here's Judo and his gang, and they're all here to have fun. Hell, even Yazan, like the only surviving member of the Titans, goes from being a terror of the battlefield to a Scooby-Doo villain. That's what he feels like. I think Tomino deliberately said that he wanted to make something a bit more upbeat because Zeta ended in such a dark note. And fair enough. Just, if you're ever watching for the first time, leave a gap between Zeta and Double Zeta so that you don't get whiplash on the tonal shift. Other than that, though, Double Zeta is actually really good. And is underrated. My favorite suit. Ooh, that's a tough one. I feel like Cause. I feel like I have a couple of favorites. I think because Seed was my first show, I'm very much a fan of the Strike, and because it can switch out its backpacks to different weapons. I always loved that when I first watched it. And in the Freedom, just like it's the glorious to look at. But I also really, really love the Zeta Gundam. Because it can transform into a space fighter thingy. And I grew up watching Transformers, so the Zeta Gundam kind of just hits every note for me visually. What about you? What's your favorite? Yeah, the strike he's great. I need to build my master grid of it, Bill. Got it a little while ago. Finally. I'm trying to get one for ages. Ah, the Delta Plus. The Delta Plus is a nice design. I like it. I could prefer the Delta Gundam itself, just because it's gold and shiny. Yeah, the Delta Gundam line, yeah. That's another one I actually do love. I do love the Hyakushiki, because it's freaking gold. And it's like, technically, the Hyakushiki is a Gundam, just not called a Gundam. But everything that makes a Gundam, it has, other than the V-fin. Made from Gundarium alloy, it's got a nice pilot in it. The closest Char got to piloting a Gundam, I guess. Hell, if the Delta Gundam had actually worked in lore, I guess he would be piloting that instead. I think when I play some Battle Ops 2, and I'm probably gonna play with the Delta Gundam again because it was fun. The Delta Gundam, the Zero Shiki, that's the one that's in red, right? I think. Is there no kit for the Zero Shiki? Wow. I assumed there would have been. Only an offshoot of the Haku Shiki. I would have thought that would be a perfect example of a P-Bandai kit. Hey, it's this obscure variant of a Haku Shiki. Pay money for it. I'm really like looking at the time. I've been streaming for 2 hours, and I have only really done the shoulders and hands today. Because everything else I built last time. I guess like these parts are just like fiddly enough. I'm taking my time with it. Also, I'm talking a lot, which helps for content-wise. A kit bash could be cool. I've got like a high grade here because you get me mean paint. I want it to be nice and shiny gold. Then I also have a master grade here because you need to build. There's that too. Something about a gold mobile suit. Oh, what was the one from Seed? Or Seed Destiny rather. What was it? The what's it called again? Akamatsu or something like that? Yeah, the gold suit from Seed, and it's in the Akatsuki. Okay, it was half right. Yeah. That has a really old high grade, I'm pretty sure. I just thought there, to my knowledge, memory, that was perfectly intact at the end of Destiny. So maybe it will show up in the movie. And maybe get a new kit. God, when we get to like next year, we're gonna see so many new lead kits announced. It's gonna be great. Like, how are they gonna upgrade the Freedom to something else? Like, we've got the Strike Freedom. How do you improve upon that? Or is it just going to be straight freedom throughout the entire movie? Which should be good too. Also, I think it ended for quite on a positive note. I don't know how you can introduce a new conflict. And then again, I suppose Seed itself had a good ending, so Destiny has that happen still. Okay, here we go. Get my arm finished. The thing with the Akatsuki is like how it was specifically left for Kigali from her dad, who uses it once and then hands it off to Milfaga, who is somehow still alive. Silhouette of that upper body. Okay. Oh, everything knows. Dynasty Warriors. Yeah. Or Battle Alliance. Oh, yeah, Battle Alliance is good too. See, Seed was the first one I watched. Well, funny enough, around about the same time it came out on UK TV. Was around about the same time that the first Dynasty Warriors Gundam came out. Seed wasn't included in the first one. I was in like the second and third one. But that's like how I got introduced with it. I watched Seed on TV, then played Dynasty Warriors Gundam, and that introduced me to like all the other timelines. I genuinely thought Seed was a prequel for a while. Because obviously the Dynasty Warriors Gundam game doesn't cover the very start of Gundam. It just seems the first historical battle appears to be like the air-free entry part, I think. This is the first game. It didn't cover the start of it where I'm like, okay, I thought maybe I didn't understand timeline differences back then. I thought it was a prequel. Which is funny to think about. Battle Lines is great too. I need to go back and do the end game stuff in Battle Lines and play the DLC, because they added Thaletta and the Aerial as a DLC as well. Need to go get that. I wish they'd make another Dynasty Warriors, because as much as I like about Battle Alliance, I prefer Dynasty Warriors because having massive numbers of enemy grunt suits to smash your way through is more satisfying. Whereas the enemy number count in Battle Alliance is a lot lower. Still fun though. Especially the boss battles. They're tough. But I'd love to see new Dynasty Warriors Gundam. I highly doubt we will get one, because I feel like that was just like a special crossover thing. Okay. We need to build the PTs. Bee runner. Might go. Fine. All good. Yeah, like I played Battle Lines on stream back when I came out, and I finished the main story there. I didn't go back to it for the DLC. I need to do that. We need number 21 is here. Toe. identical, so I can build them both at the same time. And this part here. And then I also need number 15 and 22. Oh, I see how this goes together. Okay. That's one side. And we get all the parts of the feet. Take some time. And 22. I do think like the big crossover games like Battle Alliance, Dynasty Wars Gundam, or even like Robot Wars, I never played those ones. They're really great for like introducing you to like giving you like a snapshot of a different timeline. You get like a glimpse of it and go, ooh, okay, I might check that out. That's pretty much how it worked for me. I still to this day, I still haven't watched G Gundam, despite the fact that the you know, Domon, Cashew, and Master Ranger appear like every single crossover game. Yeah, I've still never gone to watch that series. Yeah, that should be all the bead runner part. Then I need. And maybe I'll get number C13 while I'm at it. Wow, that is a really big ankle guard. That's crazy. These legs are gonna be so freaking chunky. Like that's the ankle guard. Or not the guard, but the heel. Crazy. Freaking huge. I love it. We like the chunk. From the game. This is the track Sci-Fi from Bensound.com. I feel like a lot of YouTubers perhaps use the same track for like science fiction or like science videos. I know after I started using this, I figured out where I've heard it before as well. You know Kyle Hill on YouTube, who does like science videos and stuff? I realized he uses the same tune for his background music. You know, the cause science guy. Like, so I think that's why I recognize it from afterwards. I was like, oh, I really like this, and then I watched one of his videos not so long ago. I'm like, wait a minute, it's the same music I'm using. Took me by surprise. I need to like get more music so I can kind of not have the same thing on repeat for several hours. But at least this is kind of a fairly soothing BGM, which fits my sci-fi vibe and is kind of nice and low beat enough that it kind of fits the Gunpla building. Oh, that's pretty good way to think about it. That's a good vibe then. I like that. If that's the kind of vibe it gives off. Like if you're in like the customization screen of like Armored Core or something. So for whatever reason, the actual original audio is really, really loud. I have it dropped down by 30 decibels. So this is 30 decibels lower than it should be, but it's just raw audio. It's freaking loud. Which I suppose is a good thing. That means if you need it to be loud, it can be loud. Without distorting it. Because you want it as the BGM, not the main thing, I guess. I'm gonna put these bits to one side for now, just focus on these parts. Get them ready to go. So, these bits here. A few nubs here and there. What do you think about it? Everything I've got here is for the feet alone. Feels like it's actually got more parts than the standard Gundam does. Maybe. I've got a really bad nub on this. That's not good. I think my parts go together so I don't like mess things up too much. That bit's over there. I really can't wait to finish building this one because it's gonna be. It looks so nice. Yeah, I've got enough mark that I don't like. You can see it on there like the little stress mark. You paint sometimes. I haven't done proper painting in a while. I tend to use like, at the very least, I'll do Gundam markers for like any missing color parts. On the Lefrith and the aerial Gundams, I did a little bit of Gundam Grey where it was required. And then I did actually on the Beggar Beau, or a prologue, I did actually mix. Try to mix anyway the correct color of like purplish gray for like some of its missing parts. It looks a lot better. I mean, those look more blue on the outside of the jars. That's like kind of on the inside, like right in the bottom. Colors close enough to the correct color. But I'd paint those little bits. As for like full scale painting, I haven't done one in a while. I do want to kind of do like maybe a hand painting stream because it'd be easy enough to have that. Like build a kit, prime it with my airbrush off stream, and then like do brush painting on stream. That'd be nice. I've never really done brush painting. And it's like, this is also my computer desk, so it's like, how much liquids of like water and paint do I want next to my computer and keyboard? There's a point where I'm like, why would I want to have this next to my electronics? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do something I don't do. I grab my cement and then sometimes like the double marks like that or press mark. If you put like a tiny dab of plastic cement on it, it kind of, because it melts the surface a tiny bit, you can kind of make the stress mark go away. Kind of. That little drop there. And leave that to dry while I do the rest of the foot. And that should basically melt on the surface of it. And in theory, reduce the visibility of that stress mark. In theory. I probably should have done that before I tried to pellet, but I need to leave that. I'll do the rest of the feet and then get back to that. I think these are actually really good already. If I could like set up my... One of the things I keep saying to myself is I need to kind of get some of the stuff from this room, mainly the old couch that's in here, because it's got stuff on top of it. It's not functioning as a couch anymore. And then replace it, like, well, one, bigger desk for this, and two, secondary desk next to it where I could set up my airbrush booth and stuff. Then I could potentially stream airbrushing. But it all comes down to me taking step one and clearing that old couch first. But it's like time and effort, you know? Trying to find time and willpower. As well as like adding more shelves in here so I have more space for Gunpla. Because this is my sanctuary. Where I am surrounded by giant robots and spaceships. That's me in a nutshell, basically. If it involves spaceships and or giant robots, I'm interested. So a show like Gundam, it has giant robots and spaceships. Hell yeah. I think that's why I really love Seed as well. Because the Archangel, it not only is it a beautiful design, but whenever it's in combat, you really feel like it's like a naval sub or something. Because you get like the call outs from like the crew on board, like their like the weapons and defenses and stuff, and it's like it really adds to that sense of this is a ship of war being operated by a bunch of children, but that's beside the point. But it just really made it feel grounded, despite having super advanced robots and stuff. Really moved all your stuff around and got a little space to set up. Nice. Yeah. I do like the seat has some of the best designs. And many of my favorites. Design of the bases. Wait, bases? You mean like the ships or like the big enemy structures bases? One thing, as much as I love Seed, I always find them associates like the Archangel. Okay, yeah, okay. Like they're bases operations of ships. Cool, yeah. Yeah, I love the Archangel. I love because the Dominion's just a different color version. What was the one from Destiny? The Minerva, I think was the one in Destiny. That's pretty cool too. Or the one Lacus commanded, the Eternal. I think was the name of it. That was really good too. But yeah, like the Archangel, I really like. Whenever it was going into combat, you felt like it was, you know, a functioning warship. As well as a mobile home for the crew. Like you cared about everyone on that ship. And the same for like things like the White Base or the Argama. Like the mothership of the Gundam is a character in itself. I saw the Raikylum and Charge Counter Attack, but just didn't get as much of it. One thing I do love, the Nail Argama. First seen in Double Zeta, and then it reappears in Unicorn, and it's like, I just love that ship. I think because it's been 2 generations of Gundam to be on it, and it's like, same with the Argama, I guess. I had the Zeta team, and then I had the Double Zeta bunch as well. Oh, the Albion, yeah. The Albion's a great design. I think all those like Pegasus class ships, like the White Base and the Albion, which is funny, they're classified as both being Pegasus class ship, despite the fact they look quite different. I feel like every Pegasus class is a little bit different. Hey, Waffle. How you doing? Super late? Ah, don't worry about it. No such thing as being late. Remember back? No worries, thanks for dropping by. How's the building going? Good. We got the arms finished off. Make sure getting dust off my hands first. We got the arms finished off. We got those nice chunky shields on there now. Maybe I fell that time actually, because it was a little rough edge. Now we're working on the big chunky feet. A chunker. Me like the chunker. I think what time we're like 20 to 4. So I do actually have a, unfortunately, do have a specific cutoff time today. It's like 5 o'clock. So like, I've got like an hour, 20 minutes left of time that I have available today. Like sometimes I'll overrun like an hour. And a lot of times I'm like, nope, I need to wrap it up. But yeah, today we have a timer. So we'll get as far as we can get. And then see where we're at. But I've got another hour and like hour and a half to go. Little nub on the top here. Little nubbin. I think the parts, I don't want to make them too shiny by buffing them too much. I don't want to get rid of also these little panel standing marks. Right, let's combine these two parts together. And we'll sand this part and then we'll go back and fix that bit. Oh, itchy nose. Lost it. Oh! Bumped off the table. Fine. I've got this sitting like just next to the monitor shelf where the camera sits, so I kind of bumped it off the corner of it. All good. Clean it up for it. You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit on the edge here. I'm liking the look of these feet so far. I'm kind of getting an understanding of how they work, how they build it. There's these, maybe. There we go. We're good. Part at the top. Back up. Stretch. To dry a little longer to get these parts done now, because these have to go on the bottom of these anyway. I think, yeah, they do. Oop, easy. Don't care. Get to piling. It's right in the way I'm sitting because I realize I'm leaning to one side more than another. The question is that meant to be like that, or is that a mold line? It's hard to tell. That's meant to be a mold line around there, or an actual edge. Looks more like a mold line, honestly. Console. Yeah. Yeah, just like along the edge of the toe line. Definitely looks more like a mold line out. I'm just kind of filing it out. Because it kind of sticks up too much to be like an edge. Probably get away with not filing it, but I'm gonna file it. I mean, I need to file friggin' the nub anyway, so I'm gonna end up taking away some of that line as it is. So might as well do the whole thing. Yeah, that looks okay so far. So far, so good. The thing that always worries me a little bit while I'm filing, because I guess because my chair is close up to the desk, I also shake the desk a bit. And I can just like see Ariel going wobbling. She's perfectly secure, but she's still wobbling. As their kit anyone is really looking forward to that they don't have yet. For me, it's probably the Gundam Rosette because I really love the look of its gun bit sword. The way it separates and can become a wing. So freaking amazing looking. Also, a Turk Heavy Industries or Heavy Machinery in a suit. We just love the Turk style. And that looks pretty good. Close this part off then. Contemplating the perfect grade unicorn perfectibility on B Bandai. Yeah, that's a pricey one, that one. Yeah, I've got my I mean, I have the kit. I have my perfect grade strike freedom, which I bought a few years back. And I've just been like too intimidated to build it. Plus, the sheer space it'll take up. Oh yeah, perfect grades are, they don't make many of them. They tend to be quite limited runs. You tend to think about it. I imagine a unicorn would be a complicated one just because of the cycle frame underneath. I built the master grade, and yeah, the cycle frame. You're building all that, and then you put the armor over it and stuff. It's really cool. Now for the other foot. Or other toe. Oh. Oh, and there as well. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like it's quite commonly used for like flying stuff. Was it other royalty free for one use? If you want to have a proper license for it, you need to pay for that. Ah. Yeah, How It's Made was a great show. I had the Discovery Channel on all the time. I feel like watching shows like that just I tend to not watch normal TV, so I don't know where to look for it anymore. I always like the Discovery Channel for like the things like How It's Made and like Mythbusters as well. Oh, there's a YouTube channel, yeah. Go for that. I think I spent a long time back in the day just like watching Discovery Channel or military history. I love that stuff. Like shows about space and universe that are bad about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson has these podcasting as well. Not podcasting, it's like little Star Talk. on his YouTube. Watch that from time to time. Like these sort of shows about like science, space, physics, and like solar system and things like that. I just eat that shit up, or at least I used to. I feel like I just don't watch it as much as I used to, but I love those shows. Because they always had really good narrators. I watched one, was it Universe or the Planet or something? There wasn't one like years and years ago. I remember back in school. It like had Sam Neill like narrating it. It was great. Of course, I'll always think of him as the dude from Jurassic Park. Even though he's an accomplished actor, I would just always think it's Jurassic Park and then science show at the same time. Also, that's British TV. Same for like we've got a bunch of stuff like narrated by like, Brian Cox as well. We have famous businesses nowadays, probably because of the TV shows. I forget the name of the show. There was one that was like it was Brian Cox and like Darrow and the comedian Darrow Brain doing a science show together. Things I always loved like that. Just like random space facts in general, which is why there is a command for Nightbot called Space Facts. Has a bunch of random facts about space. Mostly about the solar system. But they're there. Need to add more. And I think I like pondered the idea of having a like Gundam fact command as well. I think that'd be funny. Let's get this part again. That little bit of glue should be dry. Where did I put that? There. Yeah. Add a little bit of glue over the stress mark. Or at least reduced its size. Way less visible now. Way less visible. Just a neat little technique I discovered. Where like just putting some extra thin cement on top of a stress mark. Because it melts that upper layer, it kind of melts and solidifies with the original color. It is kind of like thermoplastics, I guess, where you heat up a thermoplastic and it goes back to the original shape. I guess it's a similar idea in a way, because the glue is chemical reaction causing This point generates a teeny amount of heat. It causes the color to go back to normal. Also, have you ever seen like I've seen the videos and it pops up occasionally. Like some person's going like the plastic seats like a football stadium or something. And like they're passing over it with a blowtorch. Because it heats up the plastic of the seat, the worn, really depressed looking seats suddenly obviously reinvigorates the oils and pulls it to the surface, makes the seat look shiny again. Science indeed. Yeah, sorry, back up. Interrupted. Got it. Okay, you did it off the table. Yeah, science! Love science. I want Kerbal Space Program 2 to add its science modules in because I feel like I don't want to play it until they have the science modules in it. Even though it has been fun so far. I need science stuff that I need to feel progress. This part goes into there. There, and then this goes on the bottom. And we have a toe. Well, that's both toes in the belt. Now for the back of the foot, and then making slow progress, but I mean, I enjoy taking my time. There are some people who can like build kits super fast. I'm like, how, why? Suppose if you're like building it for like a review or like YouTube or something, you want to build a kit fast as you can. Which few careers in case you launched early access but haven't followed up since. Yeah, I did a bunch of streams when it first came in early access, like just doing like a bunch of like the weekly challenges. But I feel like I wanted to do other stuff at the same time. I felt like I was gonna, as much as I love it, that game, I love KSP1 a lot. But there's a point where I'm just like, I don't know. I need that science part just to kind of feel the progress. I've been keeping tabs on it, but it's not as much as I was. Whenever I see like an update with the devs, I'm like, is it the science module yet? No? Okay, I'll buy. Even though I know the most recent patch did add a couple of extra engines and stuff. It's more about I'd rather have the science modules. And once they have the colony stuff in, that's going to be great. I am going to try and build colonies at all the Lagrange points and crit the Universal Century. Why not? I mean, I suppose I could just build space stations at those points. I wonder if the Lagrange points even work. The physics is that advanced or not. Like mimicking the Lagrange 2, 3, and 4 would be easy because have the same orbital distance to the moon and just run there at the same speed, maintain orbit. But Lagrange 1 and 5, they're different elevations, so you have to. How do you match the speed? Be the moon pulling it along, technically. All right. A couple of mold lands in this bit to get rid of. Oh, I've been thinking about getting a space game that I need to sink my teeth into. Is as much as I love the mecha stuff I'm doing, I also love spaceships, and I don't do enough of it right now. I know Starfield's coming out in September, but that's a while away still. I want to need something else to play until then. I mean, I could go back to No Man's Sky, play that for a while. But I've also been looking at X4 Foundations. Because I loved X2 The Threat. And I played a bit of X3 Reunion, but back when it came out my PC, we could barely run it. I kind of want to go back and play some of those X games. Super good X Universe stuff. Yeah, 2 more months to Starfield. At least I'll have Armor Core 6 between now and then, though. I've got Armor Core 6 next month, on the 25th. Actually, I think there's only 2 weeks between Armor Core 6 and Starfield. I think. Like 2 or 3 weeks between them. And then I'm just like, oh no! 2 games I'm really looking forward to, so close together. And I'll be streaming both of them a lot. But I'll always have Gunpla as well. Pretty much, I can guarantee when September comes around, my stream schedule will be pretty much Armor Core, Starfield, and Gunpla. That'll be it. Every week for ages. Probably. Maybe until Cyberpunk 2077 in October gets its expansion and complete game overhaul, and then I might go back and play that again. Because I never finished it. And I never streamed much of it because it's really taxing on the PC while trying to stream at the same time. I might just rebuy it on the on Xbox. Starfield will be on the Xbox because it's easier for streaming. Because if you can have the console focus on running the game, you can have the PC focus on 3D avatar and stream. I feel like I've learned a lot. You know, PC with a 1080 in it. Ooh. Yeah, see, I've got 2060 Super, which is more than enough for that game. Like, I could play it perfectly fine off stream on the high settings. Just on stream, having to run like that game, my 3D avatar, and the stream. I wasn't smart enough back then to do what I do now with some PC games where I'll just switch out to my 2D reactive image, which I've done for Kerbal and for, of course, because Kerbal Space Program 2, again, frame rate, yeah. So you see it for 24 frames so it's cinematic. Yeah, 24 frames cinematic. I mean, Starfield on Xbox will be locked to 30. For 1440p and 4K. They haven't stated if it's locked to 30 for 1080p. So I'm unsure about that. But when I've been streaming Kerbal before, I would just lock my stream to 30 FPS because what's the point of wasting resources trying to render at 60 FPS for the stream when the game can barely stay at 30 because of not being optimized yet. I think a lot of players are like, Gamers are like, oh my god, I need my 120 frames per second. Or your 240 frames, and like, eh? Like, I need my 4K 120 frames a second. It's like, I have a 1080p monitor that can do 144 hertz. I have it locked to 60 on purpose. Like, I deliberately have mine locked to 60 because one, it's stable and won't fluctuate, and two, I stream at 60 FPS, so what's the point of me playing a game at double the frame rate? Hell, I'm streaming at 720p as well, because while I see everything at 1080p, I stream at 720p because bit rate. Because if I double the frame rate, which my PC could do, I mean double the resolution, I need to double the bit rate, and I'm not sure my internet can do that. It probably could, but it'd be less reliable. Oh, yeah, this is more of a numbers person. Inconsistent. Honestly, like, I remember PC games back in the day, and I don't know if you ever know of the game Star Trek Bridge Commander. Like, I remember playing that back on our first family PC back in the day, and that was running at 800 by 600, I think. I mean, I put it on the lowest resolution, on the lowest specs. Even turned off the subtitles and everything, and it still got like 24 frames, and I played that game all the way through. It's like when you were in battle, that family PC was like, kill me. So that's the early 2000s for me. I feel like gamers nowadays, I'm gonna feel like an old man right now, but everyone's like, oh my god, I got 4K 120 frames a second on my Call of Duty, and I'm just like, I played games at like 20 frames a second at 800 by 600, and I enjoyed them. I played games with horrendous. Kids today are spoiled with their frame rate. This is why the whole 120 frames thing blows my mind. I'm like, I took 30 FPS and I was happy. If I got consistent at 30 FPS in a game back in the day, I was over the moon. I remember playing the original Homeworld as well, and it also chugging along during the opening cutscenes. Oh god, I need to go. I've been meaning to replay Homeworld, the HD remaster. I haven't got around to it. But the games in the back, I just remember games chugging along on the old family PC. Whereas games on my Nintendo 64, PlayStation 1, like, they ran fine. Because they were designed for it. So as much as I have a more powerful PC, I feel like I'm still a console gamer because I grew up with that. Knowing that if I buy this game for my console, I know it will work. Whereas if you buy a game for PC, especially with AAA titles right now, your game might not work. Unless it's Cyberpunk, which stops the way around, where the PC version worked and the console version was bugged. Broken, so like, that's the exception to the rule. Oh, Star Wars Galaxies. There's another one that had really bad frame rate back in the day. I loved that game. I was always playing Starfighter stuff. I was always up in space and do space battles with 24 frames. It was glorious. Oh god, when you like, oh yeah, big popular is it's the same even with like my first personal PC, trying to play the Old Republic as well, and you got to like the fleet station, and you're like, oh no, my game is chugging. It's at 10 FPS. It's because there were so many people right when the game first came out. They were like Star Trek Online as well. Like those were the days of games back in the day where like if we got 30 FPS, that was 20 frames per second, and you're like, that's playable. Or did you miss Waffle? We were going down memory lane about how back in the day we were able to play games at 20 FPS and we're happy. We're like, I gotta play a game. I don't care about the frame rate. Those were the days where if your PC could just run it, you were happy. It doesn't matter how your frame rate was. Yeah, Waffles, any old games you remember playing your console 2015? That's fair. See, I played in like mostly consoles, but occasionally would play some games on the family PC. Mainly strategy games, or like management games like SimCity or Sims. Play Starfield on PC. I'm going to cap at 24 frames. Enjoy this cinematic. You know what? Hell, I'm pretty sure it would just be locked at 30. Cinematic. Only if MMORPGs, yeah. MMORPGs, that's where it was at. PC games back in the day, chugging along at 20 FPS. Or 10 when you went to a social hub. I still remember like Bridge Commander and hearing the audio cue of going, torpedoes inbound, and it being several physical seconds until you heard an explosion and then you saw the explosion. It was an experience. I've been shocked that my PC to be able to handle the game in 1080. That's the same thing. Like, I have a 2060 Super in this computer, and I still have a 1080p monitor, and I lock it to 60. I could do 120 frames. Yeah, same Waffle. I have a 144 hertz monitor. It can do it, but I've got it locked to 60 because why? Yeah, so your graphics card's similar power level to mine. Like, lock it, having your frame rate, just lock it at 60 and boom, you're done. You're not wasting resources on frames that you may or may not see. I get it in competitive gaming. Like, people want to have the frame rate, the best frame rate possible, because in a competitive setting, like, missing a frame might mean you miss a shot. I'm like, that's fair, that's fair. But for everything else, as a single player game, the frame rate doesn't matter. Compared to Twitch shooters don't. Yeah, I mean, I feel like on a console, everyone has the same frame rate. They're playing on the same console. Whereas PC gamers, your hardware, I suppose in official competitions, they all have the same hardware. Like the big sort of like, you know, the big ones, the big live events for like esports and stuff, like they'll have the same things where they're physically at location. They'll all have the same specs to make it fair. Probably because like the sponsors are the parts in the computers. that bit there. Here. Your reflexes have died. I feel that, Waffle. I feel that. Back when Halo Infinite came out, I was like, let's go. I used to be a crack shot in Halo 3 and Halo Reach. God, my aim has got bad. Even the same when I've been playing like Gundam Evolution and like, oh no, I need a challenge for critical hit kills with sniper. Roll the dice. I lived last time. Yeah, see, I got into Gundam Evolution for a while just because Gundam. And I did play a bit of Overwatch back. Overwatch 1. But like proper playing FPS games, probably Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Which that's probably like, what, 15 years ago? 10 years ago? I don't know anymore. What is time? When was Black Ops 2? Someone tell me. Battlefield, Battlefield feels less competitive, just more fun. Like Star Wars Battlefront. Hey, Ak, how you doing? Black Ops 2 was 2012. Okay, there's the last time I cared about Call of Duty. It was 10 years ago. I never played Bad Company. I played Battlefield 1942 a bunch. Oh, I thinking of Battlefield. I did have Battlefield 2, and again, it's one of those situations where my PC was not good enough. Because I think they gave it away for free at one point. And so I had Battlefield 2, and it's ran like crap. Woke up from a nap? Nice. Yeah, Battlefront was on Battlefield's engine, which is nice. The new Battlefronts. As much as Battlefront 2 had a very bad launch with its microtransaction BS, still a solid game. Still a good game. Yeah. Well, thanks for dropping by. Alert, no worries, Waffle. Everyone's free to lurk. You can lurk, you can chat. You can drop bits if you're very generous. I'm joking. Just tell your friends, like, hey, it's AJ Dodgestar guy. Good vibes. Not so subtle self-promo there. He's a boomer VTuber. I mean, honestly, actually, I am probably, technically. This VTuber's a boomer. I'm a millennial. But I guess to Gen Z, I'm a boomer. I think of nowadays, if you remember the year 2000, you're a boomer. The boomer tuber. The boomer tuber. B-tuber. Yeah. And even thinking of like corporate VTubers, I feel like my favorite one has become Vesper Noir because from Hull Stars, because he's a boomer. He's so relatable. Here on Dodgestar TV, we build model kits and talk about the good old days. And then complain about our back. Goddamn kids! Oh my lord! Anywho. I feel like after nearly 3 years of streaming, I'm finally hitting my I know what I am. Just relish in the old day. And honestly, maybe playing more older games. Is playing the Armored Core games, going back through 4 for Answer 5 and Verdict has been just fun to go down memory lane and share with people who played those games back in the day. And introduce it to people who didn't. I've become a retro gamer. Also, the thought of Xbox 360 being retro. What? Why is the Xbox 360 considered retro nowadays? Excuse me? That's my teenage years. What the hell are you going about? That was my teenage years retro. Yes, Xbox 360. Oh, Oblivion, yes. My first Bethesda game. And I still prefer it over Skyrim, honestly. I like Skyrim, but Oblivion I think I love more. Maybe it's nostalgia. Also, I think generally, I think with Oblivion, because you're in Cyrodiil at the center of Tamriel, there's a wider variety of biomes. Like, each city feels like a vastly different location. Whereas Skyrim, because it's like the northern region of the continent, it just goes from, like, the lower end seems to be like Scotland, and as you go further up, it's like that's Finland now. Where's the nubs on this? I don't quite remember. Oh, actually, all on the parts are hidden. Oh, camera, don't go. I can just fairly smooth and not worry about any mark. Then this part will go over it and cover it. yeah, Xbox 360 Oblivion, Halo 3, and Reach. Armor Core 4 through Verdict Day. You got lucky? I didn't. I went through. Well, my third 360 is still alive to this day. But my first one is when I rented Mass Effect. I rented Mass Effect from Blockbuster, and that's when my 360 died. Playing that the first time. Fortunately, it was coming up to Christmas time, and the 360 Elite had just been come out. So, you know, replaced it with the Elite. Then my Elite eventually got the double red light, not the full red ring, but it got the double red light, which just meant it was like a firmware issue or something like that. It wasn't physically hardware. And that got sent off, get repaired, and came back within like 2 weeks. So that was really awesome. Because by the time that had an issue, the backlog of things wasn't an issue anymore. And I eventually replaced that with the Halo Reach 360 because I wanted it. It was like the last hurrah of Halo. I still have my Halo Reach 360 to this day, and I love it. I've been playing Armor Core on. Okay, here. What do you think about, like, especially Xbox 360 era? I think because that's teenage era, and it was like, games were great back then because you had all the time in the world to play them during the summer holidays. Like, go outside and play in the sun? No. I'm gonna play my Xbox. The PS3, on the other hand, pretty much just played Metal Gear Solid 4 on that. That was kind of it. And then get really annoyed at Sony after they got hacked and my information got compromised. And I've never gone back to PlayStation since. Okay, now for these lovely rear feet. Wish they'd release a compilation dancing more Gundam games. Oh yes, I really would. I still have my 1 through 3 on my 360, so I could replay them on stream if I wanted to. Oh, MGS4 PS3, nice. It's the special edition, sweet. So here's the thing though, Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 1 obviously has MGS 1, 2, and 3, as well as the Metal Gear 2, all the other little small games in that first collection. And then of course they kind of leaked that Volume 2 will have MGS 4. So yeah, that'd be MGS 4 for the first time off of the PS3. Kind of crazy. I wonder if they'll have to change that part in the game when you went to Shadow Moses and they go, Snake, time to change the disc. Do you see the disc labeled disc 2? No. Oh, right. That's because we're on PlayStation 3. And here's the Blu-ray disc. It's dual layer 2. Got a grip on a con. I love that part. This is where you would have changed the disc in the original game. Like, will that dialogue be the same, or will they like get the actors back just to change it a little bit? Just get Otacon back because he's the one that says PS3. Like add an extra lines for the different platforms. Like trying to change the disc. Just a disc load just 2. No. Oh right, we're on PC. We don't need a disc. Or maybe just change it to, oh yeah, we're on a digital release. I don't think it's getting a physical one, is it? I freaking love Metal Gear Solid for like all those like slightly meta jokes. Even though I didn't play MGS1 as a kid, I started by MGS2. I know how meta it was with like having to change the controller port for my Psycho Mantis fight, which is still to this day freaking genius. Or when you fight Screaming Mantis in MGS4 and it's like, right, Psycho Mantis Ghost is trying to read your memory card. It's like, what? No memory card. Yeah, Rebirth will have 2 discs. I heard about that. Crazy. Or I suppose you just get the digital version and there'd be no discs. It's kind of interesting. I think I've barely bought physical games in ages, other than like the Switch, because the cartridges are more fun to have. Games will be kind of little small little SSDs because of how big they'll be. So basically, like the Switch's cartridges that we're saying. So we're going to go back to cartridges. I'm fine with that. Cartridges is good. It's the deal I learned. My game's not working. Have you tried blowing in it? Yeah, $100. Yeah, it's like $100 game. Just the stand. I mean, we're not that far off that anyway, as it is. I still find it weird, like, here's the collector's edition with the game. It contains the DLC. And it's just a bunch of cosmetic skins. It'll cost you an extra 30. Why? Because you want these bonus skins, it'll cost you an extra 30 quid. But why? Pull it to Blu-ray? I feel like Blu-ray's cemented it because I don't think anything disc-wise is about the same storage. But I know there's like dual layer and triple layer Blu-ray stuff, I think. Obviously, back in the day, you had the wonderful Blu-ray versus DVD HD. Let's be honest, the only reason Blu-ray won is because the PS3 had one built in. Having the Xbox One be a optional thing is like, okay. No one bought that HD DVD drive, did they? No, I didn't. I was like, cool, my PlayStation is my Blu-ray. My PlayStation was a Blu-ray player first and a games console second. Because most of the games I played were on Xbox. Hey, Toasty, how you doing? Good. I'm doing good. We're building Gunpla and reminiscing about the old days of technology and how kids today are spoiled. They're 120 frames a second. Back in my day, I had 24 frames per second, and I was thankful. I was thankful for 20 frames. We're making good progress with the Dilanza. Build your MG death safe. Nice. Death safe's probably my favorite. Well, second favorite design from Wing. The Epion takes the crown. I need to build my master grade Epion at some point. Give him the one for my birthday to get it. Ah, this War's it. I'll be waiting until it gets released in like the UK and Gundam Mad. Which, considering the aerial rebuild isn't out yet here, so I've got a few months to wait. Like 3 to 4 months later, things come out here, so I'll maybe have the Schwarzette by, let's see, we're probably by October. One more part for the feet. Yeah, oh, we're at 10 to 10 or 10 to 10, 10 to 5. I think I have to build these feet and make them wrap it up. Maybe. Today's been a great spring. Even if I've made less progress than I wanted to, it's just been a good stream for just chatting. At the end of the day, that's what my build streams aim to be. Just a comfy space. A little bit there. Oh, the Ghost Gundam, I saw that. I haven't read Crossbone, so I'll probably skip on it, but it does look amazing with all those back parts. I tend to like mostly only get kits from things I watched or read, because I feel like I have an attachment to it at that point. But then sometimes I'll see a kit and like then want to watch the source material because it looks so cool. Yeah, you buy because like it looks cool. I buy. Toasty sees Gundam. Toasty go, shut up and take my money. That's what me with G-Witch kits right now. The moment Gundam Mad gets them in here in the UK, I'm like, boom. All the new ones. We'll buy them together. It ends up usually being 4 kits at a time. Usually. At least high grades are affordable. Neuron activation, let's buy. So that being the thing, I did pre-order the like I've got a bunch of P Bandai stuff currently being shipped to me from the Cuckoo's the Wan's Island movie, which I still haven't watched. Like there's the movie version of the Gundam, the Wan's Zaku, and Lager's Gym. I still haven't watched it, but I just had to get them. As well as I had to also get the origin versions of Full Armor Gundam. Full Armor Gundam. Origin style. I could not say no to that. I've watched Hathaway's Flash, yes. Very, very good. Look forward to the next part of it. Actually, I think I might watch Cuckoo's the Wan's Island tomorrow night. Because there's no new Bewitch. Need some Gundam to fill the void. Also, I do need to get like of Hathaway's Flash. I would trying to pick up the Penelope and the Z. When you saw GG in your activation. Yes. GG. Funny, in a movie, she feel like she did nothing but toy with Hathaway in a weird way. What's really funny about that movie is, in the grand scheme of things, nothing happened. But at the same time, a lot happened. It was one of those like extremely character driven. And it was great. Also the whole SETI part with the attack. And like Hathaway and GG running, having that ground point of view of a battle. I know like F91's done it previously, but obviously F91 was limited by its time and animation. And of course it's the infamous bonk with the shell casing that just hits a woman in the head and kills her outright. But it's just a bonk, there's no blood around him because blunt force trauma. And I suppose that part in Hathaway was very similar, just visually more terrifying. So I actually know how the manga ends, even though I've not read it. I'm kind of wondering how we get to that point. But here we'll get another half. I mean, we're getting the Seed movie next year, so maybe Hathaway Part 2 will be the year after that, maybe. Actually, thinking about it, because Hathaway, no, Cookers to One's Island was technically last year in Japan. Oh no, was that this year? Was it this January? I think it was this January actually. And Hathaway was the previous year. So Hathaway was last year. Cookers to One's Island was this year, I think. And then Seeds next year. So maybe Hathaway Part 2 or another project the year after. Okay. Let's get this part assembled, shall we? So that pops into there. That pops into there. And then, okay, so this goes. Honestly, they could probably make that part better. It's like, step one, put these down in here. Why don't I just have that as a separate part? Never thought about how the plasma discharge from a beam rifle shot would spray and melt anything you touched. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. It also makes you think, especially if you watch Unicorn, and like how the very first time you see Unicorn fire its beam magnum and how it just takes out a Girazula with one shot, even though it doesn't even physically hit it. It really shows that how much radiation must be around the thing. And I guess in atmosphere, gravity takes effect and obviously pulls it into the ground. Better than GG's. Goman? I'm sure Goman is. Where's sure they from? Oh, the double connector. Nice. 1 foot. There we go. What? There are more parts on this foot than I thought there was. So I guess today we've done the shoulders in there. The shoulders actually, because we had the torso, all the center torso. We had the shield binders and the arms. We didn't have the shoulders of the hands. We did those. I was on the feet. So not as far as I was wanting to get today. I thought I'd get the whole lower body belt. So I guess we go into the actual legs next time. Because that is 1 minute to 5. Perfect timing. Wrap things up. Unfortunately, I need to wrap it up at 5 o'clock today. Yeah, I'm going to end right now. Today I have a time limit. Normally maybe go for like another hour, but we're wrapping it up today. This family is ordering food, so don't want it to get cold. We're joining them for food. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Toast, even if it was only for a short while. Speaking of which, anyone who has been lurking and enjoyed the stream, do drop a follow. It's much appreciated. That way you can have your notifications turned on and not miss a stream. We do Gunpla every weekend, ideally, if I'm working. Usually a Saturday or Sunday. And then weekdays, then I have gameplay of some sort. Don't forget, there's also the Twitter, while it still exists. I need to look at some of the other options. I've seen a lot of things popping up lately. I'll probably do that. There's also my Discord, which, while quiet, I do post schedules and your notifications there as well. But of course, there is a nice little area in there for like sharing your own builds. Little arts and craft area. And you can also find all the archives over on YouTube. For now, whom shall we raid? Oh, I know who to raid. Diddy Popo. You stopped by earlier, so let's return the favor. Let's go give him a wee raid. Raid message. Reinforce. I really need to remember. I say every time I forget to make a command for this. In this, I'm typing it with one hand at the other side of my desk. Because, you know, I'm a dumbass. Oop. That's follows. And of course, if you are sub, you can use that one as well. So next stream is Monday. Not Gunpla on Monday. But we're going to finally go back to Phantom Brigade. And maybe try finish that up. I actually looked at it. Last time we played it was April. I totally haven't got distracted by Jedi Survivor and Armor Core in between there and then, but I guess I did. We're gonna go back to that, and then Armor Core Verdict Day will be on Thursday. There might be a Wednesday stream. I don't know. I've got that day off. I may or may not stream that day. Anyway, let's go raid. Oh, boo. We dropped by earlier, right? They're building Choo-Choo's Demi Trainer. Let's swing on by, shall we? And as always, I hope you all enjoy the stream. I hope you all have a wonderful day and a great weekend. And I will see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar. Right?